we'll bring out one of two of the new classes we added, the Mini FC65 shifters, Group 6. Group 7, up to the grid, that's Junior FC85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter. Two of the new shifter classes out there on the 5-minute warm-up, Troy Ferguson and John McClellan. shifters to the grid. Kid karts up for qualifying. Kid karts Group 1 up for qualifying. This is our final group on the warm-up. Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter. Kid karts up for qualifying. And we are going race ready ahead of the printed schedule. So we'll call Kid Karts up for qualifying. Kid Karts, Group 1, up for qualifying. Group 1, Kid Karts up for qualifying. Kid Karts up for qualifying. Group 2, Cadets to Grid B. Cadets to Grid B, Group 2. Kid Karts, Group 1 up for qualifying. Kid Karts up to the grid for qualifying. Group 2, Cadets up to Grid B. Cadets to Grid B for qualifying. Checkered flag out on the final session of the day for the shifters. Remember, we're going race ready throughout the day, so it'll obviously be ahead of the printed schedule. If you do have a problem with your kart, let a race official know immediately. We will be going race ready. They covered that at the drivers' meeting. It'll be kid karts getting us started, 5-minute qualifying sessions. Group 2, we need you up to Grid B. That's a Cadet. And Group 3, Junior 4-cycle. You should be thinking about it. Looks like the taco truck has pulled up on the property. Located right there on level 2 as you come up from level 1 down here on the grid. Grab yourself some trackside munchies and watch some Adams 4-cycle and shifter qualifying for the Winter Series. Once again, we're on the Alpha Timing. Alpha Timing, our new timing and scoring throughout the day. As we'll get ready with the kid karts up on the grid as we'll start qualifying. Drivers meeting and the morning warm-up to get the race day started. Now it's time to go qualifying. And it's just a 5-minute qualifying session. So these drivers are going to have to be on their game right off the grid. No time for any mistakes out there if you want to have a good qualifying number. First three groups will be kid karts for qualifying, then cadets and group 3 junior 4-cycle. As these are just 5-minute qualifying sessions. Heat races after this will go 8, and then the mains later on going 15, kid karts going 12. Final race of 2024, definitely here at Adams, unless you're planning on going and racing with Josh Huff's dirt experience at the Lakeside Equestrian Center next weekend. We're turning left in the dirt next weekend. So I'll be on the mic for that one. If you're on the fence about registering, it'll be a bunch of fun. You'll probably recognize a bunch of people. Saw Z8 Legend Z8 in the shifter. Got to see if he'll be racing in the dirt next week. Next time he goes by, I'll ask him. As all the racers and their families get ready for the Christmas holidays. And it looks like scoring's ready. Or when they are ready, the grid is ready. And we'll bring them off for our first group of qualifiers. The young guns of the sport, the next generation, the future racers, kid karts. All right, our official timing and scoring, and race officials making the final adjustments as we get ready to go qualifying. Kid karts are ready to go up on the grid. Group number 2 is our cadets. And group 3 making their way up to the grid, the junior 4-cycle. Remember, 5-minute qualifying sessions. This will go pretty quickly. So kid karts getting it started in a 5-minute qualifying session. Group 2 cadets, you should be ready. And grid B, group 3, junior 4-cycle up to the grid. Junior 4-cycle, group 3 up to the grid. Kid kart qualifying with Garrison Korea. The 13 machine, Jacob Mardy, the number 5 kart, and Cash Hornsby in that 61 machine. Bimbo Amani, the 64 kart. As it looks like just 4 kid karts coming out there for the 5-minute qualifying session. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. Group 2 cadets up for your qualifying session. Hornsby not messing around the 61 kart, 102.767. Jacob Mardy, the number 5, with a 104.44. 104.8 for Korea, and a 115.7 for Omani, the 64. Hornsby, 102.1. Mardy with a 103.6. And Korea, 103.89. First group getting it started in qualifying with Cash Hornsby, 102.15 best. The number 61 kart. As 4 of them coming out in the qualifying session for the kid karts. It's a 5-minute qualifying session with the cadets up next. Remember our new timing and scoring, alpha timing. Already checking it out, looks pretty easy to read. And so far working real well. As time running out on that first session of qualifying. Heat races will go 8 laps. The mains will go 15 later on, with the kid karts going 12 laps. When we get the mains started a little bit later on. And remember, we're on the YouTube channel, Adams Motorsports Park YouTube, for all the live timing. Don't miss a single lap of a single race here at the Adams 4-cycle and shifters. As we wrap up the 2024 season, but just getting things started in the Adams Winter Series. Checkered flag out on the session. And we'll see if Cash Hornsby hangs on to it, and he does. A 102.091, and Cash Hornsby, number 1. As we get ready for the cadets, just saw 5-time Rocho making the rounds. Feeling a little under the weather, but he's a trooper, so he's out here doing his thing. Billy Musgrave. Cadets coming out, our second group, qualified. 5-minute session. We need Junior 4 cycle up next. And Group 4 up to the grid, Senior Sportsman. Senior Sportsman. Got the day started with the drivers meeting. Then, of course, the warm-up, giving these drivers a chance to get the feel for the racetrack. And now our second group on track for qualifying. It's Cadet qualifying. Good turnout with 11 of them. Chase Ritter in the 256. The 2 is Ezra Gerstenberger. Benjamin Monroy, the 01. The 28, John McClellan. Trace Sanders, the number 3. The 43, Troy Ferguson. Adam Bodnar, the 94. 63, Eva Tarosian. 271, Emma Peters. 88, Anakin Hernandez. Leyland Dagno, the 909, 93, Leah Tarosian, actually 12 of them. So a good turnout for the Cadets. Adam Bodnar, the 94, so far best lap time of a 5.221, but now Chase Ritter in the 256 goes 5.1.18 in the top spot. Chase Ritter in the 256, 5.118. Over Bodnar, 5.221, a 5.254 for John McClellan and Troy Ferguson with a 5.321. Senior Sportsman up for qualifying, Group 4. Senior Sportsman up to Grid B. Ritter in that top spot, 5.1.18. The only driver getting into that under 52-second lap time. All right, so double checking with scoring. It's showing the 256 of Rittering in the top spot with that 5.118. But they'll double check it. They're saying 5 laps were put in. It's not what I'm seeing on the score sheet. And they'll send out the rest of them here. Next group, Group 3, Junior 4-cycle qualifying. Group 4 up to Grid A, Senior Sportsman. Group 5 to Grid B, Senior Pro and Masters. This is Group 3, Junior 4-cycle qualifying. All right, getting one cleared. Quick thinking by our track official there about halfway down the starting line, or straightaway, towards the start-finish line. As time running out on the session. They're taking a look at the timing and scoring as it's still on cadets, but they're making sure that the karts, the transponders are reading and they're getting the proper qualifying time, but I have no lap times to report in currently on that last session. For the Junior 4 cycles, Group 4, 4, Senior Sportsman. Followed by Group 5, Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Checkered flag out on the session. For Junior 4-cycle. right, looks like we're ready to go for Group 4, Senior Sportsman, 5-minute qualifying. Followed by Group 5, Senior Pro and Masters, up to the grid. Group 5, Senior Pro and Master, up to the grid. Back to qualifying action with Group 4 Senior Sportsman. Group 5 Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Looks like we got scoring back going again. I jumped ahead because they split up that first group, so this is actually our Junior 4 cycle. They split up the kid karts into 2 groups, that was it. So this is actually our Junior 4 cycle. We'll need Senior Sportsman up to Grid A and to Grid B, Senior Pro and Masters. Maddie Dragan out there, the 24 with a 49.47. Daniel Ramirez, a 123 with a 49.76. Julian Villery, the 95 kart with a 5.016. Donald Witkowski in the 20 with a 5.037. Xavier Gonzalez in the 4 with a 5.080. Brandon Chu, the 21 with a 5.085. Elijah Arlano with the 88 kart with a 5.231. Aiden Cabezas, the 201 with a 5.304. Hank Hogger, the 81 with a 5.317. Mercy Hernandez, the 17 with a 5.502. Sebastian Gustatus, the 8 with a 5.510. And Daniel Ramirez, the 1, 2, 3, goes to number 1. With a 4.828 over Maddie Dragan. Junior 4 cycle. Senior Sportsman up next. Up to Grid B, we need Senior Pro and Masters. Daniel Ramirez has 11 of them coming out in the 5-minute qualifying session. For 8.28 for the 123 Ramirez. Time running out on a 5-minute session. It's still Maddie Dragan and Julian Villery trying to run a quicker lap time than the 4.828 of Daniel Ramirez in the 123. Time running out on Junior 4-cycle qualifying, group number 3. It'll be Group 4, Senior Sportsman up next. Followed by Group 5. Up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Ramirez hanging on with that 4.828 lap time. Checkered flag out on the session. Maddie Dragan with the late run goes 4.780. So Dragan in kart 24 goes 47.80, and no Ramirez on that final lap, if it counts, goes 47.97. The 123 kart. And we'll bring out Senior Sportsman. Qualifying up next, Group 4, Senior Sportsman. We need Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. All right, bringing out a Senior Sportsman, 4-cycle qualifying. And looks like, yeah, just 2 of them coming out. Max Baxter, the 33, the 111, Bowie Adams. And we need Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Group 6 to Grid B, Mini FG65 Shifter. To Grid B. Early on, 5406 for the 111 of Adams. Baxter, the 33, with a 5468. Senior Sportsman 5-minute qualifying session with Bowie Adams, the 111, 5.2.51, best lap time turned in so far, and a 5.260 for Max Baxter, the 33 kart. With Group 5, Senior Pro and Master qualifying up next. And up to Grid B, Group 6, and Mini FC65 shifters. Bowie Adams, 5184. The 111 kart, 33 is Baxter with a 5190. As a checkered flag will come out on the session. They're still bumper to bumper. And Adams will end up with a 5184. And they'll bring it back in. Senior Sportsman. So we'll go with Group 5 up next. Senior Pro and Senior Masters. Group 5. Group 6, the Mini FC65 shifters up to the grid. Junior Pro 4-cycle and Master 4-cycle qualifying. Joseph Garbo, 252. 27 is Jose Silva. Jacob Reese, the 777. 67, Dominic Goncharko. Steve Hogger out of Canyon Lake, the 812. Racing with his son out here today, Hank. 7, Adam Tejan. Alexander Munoz, a 5'11", 25. Ryan Gabato. Nico Selma, the 26, 487. Evan Gabato. Steven Sertzis, the 938, 5025. Mini FC 65 shifters up to the grid. Group number 6 up to the grid for qualifying. Sertzis laying down a 4942. Kart number 938 over Goncharko, the 67. Evan Gabato, the 487. And now Goncharko, the 67 kart goes 4904. Sertzis back in the top spot, a 4878. The 938. And now Goncharko, the 67, with a 4854. Good qualifying battle here. Garbo, the 252, is a 4930. Adam Tejan, kart number 7, with a 49.92. Time running out on this session. One of them getting sideways but still on track is the 812 of Steve Hogger. As the Mini FC65 shifters will come out next for qualifying. Group 6 Mini FC65 shifter to the grid. Checkered flag out on the session. Dominic Goncharko, 4854, kart 67. All right, 2 more groups. It'll be the shifters, our new classes just added. Group 6, Mini FC65 shifter, 5-minute qualifying session up next, followed by Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter to the grid. The taco truck is open for business. Serving them up. No waiting. Get yourself some trackside munchies. 2 more groups of qualifiers before 8-lap heat races. Later on, we'll go 15-lap mains. Kid karts will go 12. Group 6, our Mini FC65 shifter 5-minute qualifiers. We need Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifters to the grid. Troy Ferguson 5.78 in that 43 machine. John McClellan, the 28 with a 4.809. Both the young drivers doing double duty, getting out there in the shifter and their regular racing class as well. Ferguson improves with a 4.292. That's kart 43 in the 28th. John McClellan, 4.6.43 best. With the final group of qualifiers up next and then heat races. For 2.83 for Troy Ferguson, the 43 machine. John McClellan, the 28 with a 4.643. Ferguson improves with a 4.2.63 lap time. 4.615 for John McClellan. As it'll be the final group, Group 7. The rest of the shifters up group on the grid will be the final group of qualifiers. And the kid karts will run the 8-lap heat race along with the rest of the classes. .46 for the 43, Troy Ferguson. John with a 6.15 best. And the checkered flag out on the 5-minute qualifying session for the mini shifters. A couple of MRC machines. And as soon as the track is clear, our final group, Group 7, it'll be Junior FZ 85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifters. And we'll call kid karts up for your heat race. Kid karts up for your heat race. Second group of shifters coming out. It's our final group of qualifiers before we go heat racing with kid karts. Kid karts up to the grid for your heat race. Kid karts up to the grid for your heat race. Jonathan Bischoff, the 116, the 147, the Truth, Truly Adams, Matthew McCoy, the 42, 162, Zachary Houghton, Zate Legend, Z8, the 528, the 542 is Caleb Brown. So far, Matthew McCoy, the 42 car with a 4.097 over Truly Adams. a 4.182, and Bischoff, the 116, with a 4.184. Then it's Zachary Houghton, Zate Legend, and Caleb Brown. Kid Karts up to the grid. Kid Karts up to the grid. Kid Karts up to the grid for your heat race. Matthew McCoy, the 42, and Jonathan Bischoff, the 116, 4.035. And Bischoff with a 4.073, and now the truth. Truly Adams goes 4.010. Adams goes to number 1 in car number 147. Now Matthew McCoy goes back to the top spot with a 4.007. So it's McCoy, Adams, and Bischoff. All right, looks like 4 of them already coming in early before the checkered. McCoy in the top spot, cart number 42 with a 4.005. So 2 of them going to stay out there. .4000 for McCoy. Truly Adams with a 4.010. And Bischoff with a 4.073 in the 116 cart. And Kid Karts up to the grid for your heat race. Kid Karts up to the grid for your heat race. Checkered flag out on the final session of qualifiers. McCoy getting it done with a 4.000. And it'll be Kid Karts up next for their heat race, going to 8 laps. 206 Cadet, Group 2, up to the grid for your heat race. Kid karts to the grid. Kid karts to the grid for your heat race. Group number 1, followed by cadets, group 2. Up to grid B. Time to go racing.
They're wearing the same suit.
Started the day off with the drivers meeting, followed by the warm-up session for all classes, and then 5-minute qualifying. Now it's time to go racing. Kid karts will get us started. The young guns of the sport, the next generation, the future racers. Group 2 should be up there getting ready as well. The Cadets and Group 3 Junior 4-cycle. These are 8 laps for the heat race. Mains later on will go 15. Kid karts will get it started with 12 after the break. Adams Motorsports Park 4-cycle series. Throwing the shifters in the mix. And first group making their way to the line. Green flag, racing. Cash Hornsby 61, 5 Jacob Mardi, Valentine the 41, 13 Garrison Correa, Bimbo Amani the 64. We've got 5 of them taking the green. And a good start. Coming down that short straightaway in the Little Monza. The second of the 2 bank turns out here at the legendary Adams Motorsports Park, where heroes are born. Hornsby out on the lead, got the early advantage on lap number 1. No bus stop today. They'll take that other short straightaway down towards the pepper tree and then underneath the palm trees through the S's. And a good clean start on lap number 1 for the kid karts. Hornsby out front, the 61. Mardi tucks into second, the number 5 kart, 41 Valentine, and Garrison Correa, the 13, 64 Omani. At a big Monza for the second time. 8 laps for the heat races. Cadets up next. Cadets up to the grid. A few of these drivers, of course, running last weekend right here at Adams at the Tri-C Chill Challenge. And they just announced that Boost Foundation Endurance Race will be starting the year off right, January 4th, after the end of the racing day for Tri-C Chill Challenge right here at Adams next month. Put it on your racing calendar as Hornsby crosses the finish line with yet another lap complete and has the advantage and the lead early on in this one, an 8-lap heat race. And Group 2 Cadets up on the grid. Cadets up on the grid. Up next. Just about 1 minute the lap times, 1:01 for the leader, Hornsby, on the track layout here at Adams. And another beautiful Southern California race day here at the famous track. They've been racing out here since the mid-50s. Underneath the palm trees down at the far end, it's Hornsby trying to build on that lead. His third place kicked it up into the dirt a little bit. Left side was doing some off-roading and is going to get past, lost the position. Valentine getting loose in the 41 kart out of that right-hander. Hornsby out front now has just about a 1.3 second advantage out on the lead. And trying to build on it. 8-lap heat race with Cadets up next. Cadets up next. Hornsby again will lead them. Jacob Marty in the number 2 spot now, just about 1.5 seconds. So Hornsby builds on that lead just a little bit with each lap. And the checkered for Cash Hornsby, taking the heat race for Kid Karts. Jacob Marty for second, kart number 5. Followed by Valentin moving up a spot, and then Garrison Korea, and then Omani. Cadets fired up and ready to go. We need Group 3 up to the grid. Junior 4-cycle to the grid for your heat race. Junior 4-cycle.
Hey, where y'all going? They just called y'all to the grid. We got 8 laps. They said junior 4-cycle to the grid. Yeah. I want to watch with the big ones. Look at see the stars. The mom down. Yeah. I feel like someone in the back is going to send it into the back, someone else.
Cadets off the grid and on the track. Group 3 up to the grid, Junior 4-cycle. Group 3 up to the grid, Junior 4-cycle. Chase Ritter in 2:56. 28 is John McClellan. Eva Tarosian, the 63. 94, Adam Bodnar. Benjamin Monroy, the 01. The 909, Leyland Daño. Anakin Hernandez, the 88. The 3 is Trey Sanders. Leah Tarosian, the 93. The 43, Troy Ferguson. Emma Peters, a 271. Reed DeJanes, a 151. Ezra Medina, the 19. Ezra Gerstenberger, the 2. Jamison Correa, the 81. Lucas Freitas Mello, the 65. Mikey Simpson, the 46. Ian Corona, the 111. And Alan Brown, the 273. 19 of them. Going to take the short way around. We'll look for the green flag. 8-lap heat race. Cadets. Out of that final turn and slowly approaching the line. They'll spread them out. And we'll look for the green flag. Racing. Down low on the inside, fighting for position into Big Monza. They're still going 2 and 3 wide. And it's all the 28 of John McClellan out there on the early lead. In a packed field, charging down the short straightaway in a little Monza. John McClellan, the 28, as they start to settle into single file formation. Bodnar, the 94. Chase Ritter in the 256. Monroy, the 01. And McClellan looking to lead lap number 1. Takes a look back. And he's got Bodnar right there, a whole bunch of the 94. And a gap back to the 256. That's Chase Rittering up into 3rd. Then it's the 01 of Monroy. So Monroy and Rittering flip-flop in position early on. As it was all McClellan at the start. That's what he wanted to do. And has the advantage, but Bodnar still right there chasing him down. Bodnar comes right up on the back bumper at the end of the straightaway. McClellan goes high through Big Monza, with Bodnar going on the low end. And once again, bringing it into Little Monza. John McClellan, 28, going to lead him. Bodnar, the 94. Chase Rittering, Benjamin Monroy, Eva Tarosian. Into the top 5. Now we got 3 karts going to battle it out up front. As Chase Ritter in the 256. So 3 karts in that lead group. In the cadet heat race. Group 3, Junior 4 cycle to the grid. Junior 4 cycle to the grid. Group 4 up to grid B, Senior Sportsman. Senior Sportsman to the grid. Four laps in for John McClellan over Bodnar and Rittering. And the 28 is tough to get by. It's an 8-lap heat race. With Junior 4 cycle to follow. Into Little Monza now, still with the advantage. Three wide out of Little Monza. Back there out of the top 10, Ezra Medina, the 19, runs in 11th. Ezra Gerstenberger runs 12th. Then Trey Sanders, 13th. In the number 3, Reed DeJames, 14th. Jamison Correa, 15th. And Lucas Freitas Mello, 16th. Alan Brown, 17, 18th Simpson. And Corona, 19. Leyland Daniel moves up into 9th. As McClellan continues out front. And they get the 2 to go side. And there goes Bodnar on the inside. No, there's contact. But he saves it. Can't make the move for the lead. John McClellan slamming the door shut. They deal with the slower traffic, the 46. The leaders get by. With Group 3 Junior 4-cycle heat race up next. And they get the white flag, 1 to go. White flag, 1 to go. McClellan the slightest advantage with Bodnar right there, along with Chase Ritter in the 256 kart. Time running out. And they'll try to time out this move as they'll have about a half a straightaway, and not going to happen. John McClellan over Adam Bodnar and Chase Ritter with a Junior 4-cycle up next. Good race. It'll be Group 3 Junior 4-cycle. 8-lap heat race up next. We need Group 4 Senior Sportsman up to the grid. Group 4 Senior Sportsman up to the grid. It'll be Junior 4-cycle Group 3. We need Group 4 up to the grid. Senior Sportsman up to the grid. It'll be Maddie Dragon, the 24 kart. The 123's Daniel Ramirez. The 20's Donald Wachowski. Xavier Gonzalez, the number 4. Julian Miller, the 95. The 88, Elijah Ariano. Hank Hogger, the 81. 2018 in Cabezas. Brandon Chu, the 21. Mercy Hernandez, the 17. And the 8 is Sebastian Gastetis. 11 of them scheduled to take the green, and here we go out of that right-hander approaching the stripe. And we'll look for the green flag. Racing. Good start, Pete Monza, as they exit the turn. And we've got 3 of them involved, with 2 of them in the dirt. 1 of them still stuck in the dirt. The rest of them have lost considerable time. That's going to hurt, especially on the first turn of lap number 1. As they continue racing on lap number 1, 1 of them already checked out of this one. Driver okay. And it'll be the 24, Maddie Dragon, over the 20 of Wachowski. Then it's Gonzalez, the 4, the 123, Ramirez, Julian Miller, the 95, 81, a Hogger. Brandon Chu, the 21, the 8 is Gustatis. So it's Ariano, the 88, 201 at Cabezas, and Hernandez, Aiden Cabezas, were all the 3 involved on that lap 1 incident. And it's still Maddie Dragon out front of Wachowski in the 20 and the 4 of Gonzalez for the Junior 4-cycle heat race. Senior Sportsman Group 4 up to the grid. Senior Sportsman Group 4. Maddie Dragon to 24. So as Aiden Cabezas getting the worst of it in the 201 machine, with Witkowski still running second. Ramirez runs third. Then Billery and Gonzalez up into the top 5. Senior Sportsman up to the grid, Group 4. Senior Sportsman up to the grid, Group 4. Looking to make a move down the long straightaway, but just can't make it work. Before Big Monza. Matty Dragon over Witkowski and Daniel Ramirez. With Group 4 Senior Sportsman up next. As the leaders get the 2 to go sign, 2 laps to go in this one. Matty Dragon trying to take him the distance and lead flag to flag, wire to wire. Witkowski continues to run second at car number 20 in the 123s. Daniel Ramirez in third. Of them taking the green, and we had that contact just out of Big Monza. That took out one kart, Aiden Cabezas in the 201. 10 of them still running. And they'll get the white flag next. White flag, 1 to go. For Matty Dragon. In the 24 kart, on the white flag lap. For the Junior 4 cycles, checkered flag, Matty Dragon gets it done. The 24 machine, Matty Dragon the winner. Ramirez in the 123 and Witkowski, the 20. Followed by Villery and Gonzalez in the top 5. Wrapping up Junior 4 cycle heat race, it'll be Group 4 Senior Sportsman up next, going 8 laps. right, it'll be Group 4, Senior Sportsman, 8-lap heat race coming out next. We need Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Senior Pro and Masters, Group 5 up to the grid. All right, track is clear and we'll bring them out. Senior Sportsman, Group 4, just 2 of them. And they're off the grid, onto the track here at Adams. Group 4, Senior Sportsman. We need Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters for your heat race. It'll be 33, Max Baxter. 111, Bowie Adams. Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Group 5 up to the grid. Here we go. Senior Sportsman, 8-lap heat race. Green flag racing. Outside will have the advantage, maybe. Gonna squeak it down in there? No. The 33, Max Baxter, having the lead out of Big Monza, lap number 1. Senior Sportsman on track. attention, there's no riding the bikes in the pits. There's no pit bikes allowed in the pit area. No riding in the pits, please. Of Bowie Adams and the 33 of Max Baxter, our Group 4 Senior Sportsman Heat Race. With Group 5 up next, making their way up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. After that, both our shifter classes and then a short lunch break, I believe. Listen for the announcements on what time we'll be taking the lunch. Of course, we got the taco truck on the property. Just two of them coming out to play for Senior Sportsman. As Bowie Adams, the 111 now the advantage and the lead over Max Baxter, card number 33. And Senior Pro and Masters up next, Group 5. Just past halfway for Bowie Adams. 111, just two of them for the Senior Sportsman today. Remember, stick around later on this afternoon after the races become official. We'll be handing out the trophies and the podium presentation. Group 5, Senior Pro and Master up to the starting grid. Group 5, Senior Pro and Master up for your heat race. Bowie Adams going to get the 2 laps to go side. And we have a spin back there on those tricky S's. Back on track though. And now the 33 looking to get it done with just 2 to go. Bowie Adams on the spin. And Max Baxter takes advantage. The 33 goes to the lead. Maybe just a little too aggressive on that backside there for Bowie. White flag coming out next, followed by Group 5, Senior Pro and Masters. Up up to the grid, Mini FZ65 shifter, Group 6. And the white flag is out one. A lap to go in this one. 33, Max Baxter. As Adams is back on track, but with one to go, won't be able to catch Baxter. As the checkered comes out. For Max Baxter, the 33 kart getting it done. Adams across the line. And we'll move into Group 5 up next, Senior Pro and Masters. Group 5 on track, Senior Pro and Masters. Slowing him down, coming out of that right-hander. Look for the green, Senior Pro 4-cycle, running with Masters. Dominic Uncharco, the 67, 938. Steven Sertzis as they approach the stripe. Green flag racing. On the outside as there's contact in the back. And a couple of them up in the dirt. As a 116. So Search is out there on the lead. It says 116. They're showing 9:38 on the scoring. Dominic Kancharko, the 67-25. Ryan Gabato. Evan Gabato, the 487. The 7, Adam Tahan. 27, Jose Sills of Joseph Garbo, the 252. 812 is Stephen Hogger. Alexander Munoz, a 511, 26. Nico Selma, Jacob Reese, the 777. And Mini Shifter up to the grid. Mini Shifter up to the grid. Search hits over Goncharko, and then Ryan and Evan Gabato. Adam Tahan into the top 5. Eight-lap heat race for Group 5, Senior, Pro, and Master. Three laps in at Searchus after that great start on the outside. 67 at Dominic Goncharko is all over him for the lead. Goncharko once more. Searchus protects down low in the Little Monza. With Goncharko right on his bumper. Mini Shifter, FZ65, Group 6 up to the grid. Mini Shifter to the grid. A little bit of breathing room for Searchus, the leader down the long straightaway here at Adams Motorsports Park. It's a gap back to third with Ryan Gabato and Evan Gabato. Now Garbo up into fifth. Garbo up into the fifth spot. And it's a good run by Joseph Garbo. Shifters up next, Group 6, Mini Shifter. Leaders get the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go in this one. Searchus and Goncharko as they'll deal with some slower traffic. Into that tricky left-hander. It's going to slow up the leader a little bit. And there is contact and the leader might be retired. No, he got through without incidents. He finally moved over for him in the 26. That's Nico Selma. So it's Searchus and Goncharko as they'll come to the white flag. One to go. John Charco with maybe one last shot if he can time it out and get a good run, but not too little too late. Checkered flag for Surtsis. It'll be our mini shifters, Group 6 up next, followed by Junior XC85 Senior Master Shifter. So 2 more heat races, it'll be the shifters before the short lunch break. Two of our mini shifters, it'll be Troy Ferguson, the 43-28, John McClellan. And they'll line them up. Good start for the shifters. Ferguson down low on the inside. And the factory car is going to go at it. Ferguson and McClellan. Need the rest of our shifters up to the grid. Group 7, Junior Senior Master Shifter up to the grid for your heat race. Troy Ferguson and John McClellan running the mini shifter class. Doing double duty today as they're driving the regular classes as well. Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter to the grid. Ferguson laying down a 42-second lap time in the mini shifter. So he's scooting right along, looking good for our two FZ65 shifters. Final heat race up next. 8 laps before lunch break. Listen for the times on that and when we'll resume racing after the break. As the white flag is out for the mini shifters. And the checkered is out for our two mini shifters. Troy Ferguson and John McClellan. So one more heat race before the lunch break. right, final heat race, shifters. Looks like 6 shifters out there on track. They'll bring them up and line them up. It'll be Matthew McCoy, the 42, the 147, the Truly Adams. Z8, Zate Legend, the 528, 116, Jonathan Bischoff. Zachary Houghton, the 162, the 542 is Caleb Brown. Final heat race before the lunch break. Adams had issues, he pulled around, so they send them all back around now, and they'll try it again. A couple of them taking the shortcut. So not quite sure what happened there. Might have been an overheating issue. Try this again as Matthew McCoy will bring the 42 up. Oh, he's supposed to be over on this inside right side. I see what they did. Flip-flopped him. Adams will be over there on the right. All right, line them up and we'll try it again. Green flag racing for the shifters. Side by side in a big Monza. Adams forces the issue, goes to the front. And Adams will lead a thrilling start there with McCoy. It was a drag race in the big Monza. Adams will have the early jump on McCoy. Bischoff. So it's Adams, McCoy, and Bischoff. Then Zay Legend, Zachary Houghton, and Caleb Brown. Adams tries to gain on second place, McCoy in a little Monza. Lap number 2 in the books. McCoy keeping Adams close as they're flying through Big Monza. Bischoff right there in the 116 car runs in third. The Truth, Truly Adams, the 147. McCoy battling him hard. Matthew McCoy right there in the number 2 spot. Down the short straightaway, the Little Monza. McCoy right there in the back bumper of Adams. And they'll be just past halfway here. Once again, Adams will lead. 8-lap heat race. The mains will start just about an hour from now with the kid karts. Adams was slow. McCoy was right on the back bumper. Oh, a little bit of contact that shook Adams into Big Monza, and he saved it. He had the wobbles, Adams did, after the contact in the Big Monza, and he saved it, got it straightened back out. And the leaders get the 2-to-go sign. 2 laps to go in this one. Into that short straightaway in the Little Monza. And that time Adams didn't make any mistakes. He opened up on McCoy at a Little Monza that time. Now the white flag, 1 to go. See if McCoy has a move to try to get by Adams on the final lap. One more time to Little Monza. The Truth, Truly Adams and Matthew McCoy. And it's the Truth. Truly Adams gets a checkered flag over Matthew McCoy. Jonathan Bischoff the 3rd. Zachary Houghton at Z8. And then Caleb Brown. Wrapping up the heat races now. We'll be on a lunch break. I'm just trying to get official word on when they'll want to resume racing, so I'll announce that just as soon as I hear that in a minute. We do have the taco truck on the property. And just got word we'll return with kid karts at 12:40. 12:40. The schedule says 1 o'clock. We'll get started at 12:40 with kid karts. 10-minute call. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. 10-minute call for kid karts. 10-minute call. Kid karts up to the grid. Kid karts up to the grid. Kid karts up to the grid. We're looking for a 12:40 start time. All right, we'll get our corner workers as well back into their positions as we get under 10 minutes now as we look to go racing in our mains. Kid karts to the grid. Track workers back to your corners and back to your positions, please. Corner workers back in position. Kid karts to the grid. right, as we're getting our corner workers in position, our kid karts are up at the grid. We will start things off by thanking our United States military as well as our first responders for all that you do. And now we'd like to ask everyone who's able to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem. And today, only at the AMP 4-cycle races at Adams Motorsports Park, where heroes are born. Time to go racing the mains. Kid karts will go 12 laps. Everybody else 15. Group number 2 up to the grid. 206 Cadet. Cadets up to the grid.
Ready?
Here we go with the young guns of the sport, the next generation, the future racers. Kid karts on track. First main of the afternoon. They'll go 12 laps. Everybody else will go 15. We need group 2 up to the grid, cadets. We need cadets up to the grid. Approaching the stripe, we'll look for the green, and we're racing. Kid karts are underway. The 5, Jacob Marty, 61 is Cash Hornsby. Valen Jims, the 41. 13, Garrison Korea. And Thimmo Omani, the 64 car. 5 of them taking the green. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. Group 2 cadets up to the grid. First time in the Little Monza. Jacob Marty, car number 5, has the early advantage. Hornsby taking a peek alongside, but tucks back in second. Heading into the pepper tree, the S's under the palm trees on the backside. 12 laps for the kid cars. They'll cross the stripe. And leading lap number 1, Jacob Marty, car 5. Here comes Hornsby, got a good run, gets a little help from third place, and they're all bunched up. Marty, that number 5 machine, Cash Hornsby 61, Valengin the 41. The leaders through Little Monza, and they're keeping it close. Reminder to get those transponders turned in before you leave the racetrack. Get the transponders turned in now that we're in the mains. As you exit the track, make sure you turn in your transponders. Here comes the battle for the lead. Hornsby got a good run and goes to the front. Valentine got a good run as well, but tucks back in behind second. And will sit in third behind Jacob Marty, now in second. Cadets making their way up to the grid, is now pulling away the 61 of Hornsby. And now Valengin will get by the early leader. Jacob Marty goes back to third. Good looking run by Valengin down that long straightaway, taking advantage. And moving up one spot on track. Cadets up to the grid, followed by Group 3 to Grid B, Junior 4 cycle. Another lap in the books. And it's all Cash Hornsby now once he got by the 61. In the first main of the day, the kid kart's going 12 laps. Cadets will be up next. Group number 2, Cadet. Hornsby will lead them once again out of Little Monza. The kid kart main. Hornsby started off tucked in second behind the leader, the early leader. We have the number 5 machine, Jacob Marty, now running third, as Valentine moved up into the number 2 spot behind Hornsby. And now we'll see if Jim can catch the leader, Hornsby. Definitely keeping it interesting with plenty of time left, just past halfway. And the Cadets up next. Hornsby to 61, and Valentine definitely keeping it interesting. Looks like got a little bit closer, took a little chunk out of it. Just under a second and a half advantage for the leader. Marty third, Korea fourth, and Omani. Cash Hornsby able to use that slower lap traffic, getting a little more of an advantage in the later stages of this race as Valentine just under 5 seconds behind the leader. Jacob Mardy continues to run third, then Garrison Korea and Omani. And the Group 2 Cadets waiting for their main on deck up on the grid. Final laps in this one. And the leader, Cash Hornsby, gets the 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go in this one. Cash was patient at the beginning of this one, made the move on the early leader, Jacob RD, and never looked back, just pulling away. And we'll get the white flag here, 1 to go. Ballinger gets the white flag. 1 lap to go, as well as the early leader, the 5 of Jacob RD. And it'll be the Cadets up next, ready to go on the grid. To the checkered for the 61, Cash Hornsby. Good run by Valentin for second. And Jacob Marty for third. Group 2 cadets on the track. And already an incident on the warm-up lap. There was contact into the wall. We're going to make sure the young drivers are all okay. The easy-ups are blocking the view, and the trailers are blocking the view right there in that short straightaway. It appeared to be a pretty good hit. They'll get him out of the cart. It'll be John McClellan, the 28-256 Chase Riddick, and Adam Bodnar, the 94-01 Benjamin Monroy. Emma Peters, the 271, 63 Everett Terosian. Troy Ferguson, the 43-909 Leyland Daño. Anakin Hernandez, the 88-19 Ezra Medina. Leah Terosian, the 93, the 2 Ezra Gerstenberger. Jane Sakria, the 81-273 Alan Brown. Reed DeJanes, the 151, 46 Mikey Simpson. Ian Corona, the 111, 65 Lucas Freitas Mello. Was the number 3 cart with the contact on the wall and will not take the green, unfortunately. They'll look to slow him down and look for the green flag. Racing! We're going to see another outside hole shot. And it looks like Bodnar got the best of him from the outside. And it's all the 94 Bodnar early on in this one. Starting to settle into single file formation, a long line in this one. 18 of them taking the green. Good start overall. And the leaders looking to work together and try to pull away from the rest of them here. It's Bodnar and McClellan out front. 18 lap main. 256 at Chase Ritter and wants to stay with the leaders. And all three of those drivers quite capable of winning this one. Then it's Eva Tarosian, then Troy Ferguson in the top 5 early on. So is the Trey Sanders number 3. They got the list of that one on the warm-up lap. Bodnar the 94, McClellan the 28, 256, Trace Rittering. And McClellan the 28. Charging to the front. And now Bodnar will try to make a run down the long straightaway down on the inside. And crosses him back up for the lead again is John McClellan. 28 back to the front. Group 3, Junior 4-cycle to the grid. Junior 4-cycle, Group 3 to the grid. Nice run to the start-finish line, and on the outside was McClellan. Bodnar goes down inside of the slower traffic. McClellan getting a little breathing room on that one. Bodnar second, then Chase Rittering. McClellan takes a look back. Here comes Bodnar, but they'll run out of straightaway. Bodnar got a good run. He knows he's got Chase Rittering right behind him. He's in the middle of that sandwich. Once again, a nice move as McClellan stays out front. And Bodnar slips back as Rittering got by. Now Bodnar battling back as he now sits in third. As McClellan still continues out on the lead. Oh, good run by Rittering out of Little Monza, right on the back bumper of the leader. McClellan getting pressured by not one but two karts. Coming up once again on the slower traffic in the big Monza, and they get by without incident. John McClellan, Chase Rittering, and Adam Bodnar. 15-lap main for the bragging rights in the top of the podium. Rittering got another good run off a Little Monza. There goes Rittering to the lead, gets by on the inside. Our third leader in this one. John McClellan's turned to fight back down to number 2 spot. Bodnar sits third. It's anybody's race. Chase Rittering, the 256. Dealing with the slower traffic once again, down low through Big Monza, they get blocked. Rittering keeps the lead, then McClellan and Bodnar got the worst of it. Some more slower lap traffic to get by. McClellan down low. The slower traffic, Bodnar follows him through. Chase Rittering still out front. Rest of the field down the straightaway motoring past the slower traffic. Junior 4 cycles up next. Group number 3, Junior 4 cycle. .256, Chase Rittering keeping John McClellan at bay. Bodnar still right there in third. Down at 3 to go in this one with Chase Rittering holding off John McClellan, the 256 over the 28 and the 94 Bodnar. McClellan right up on the back bumper of the leader. And they get the 2-to-go sign. Chase Rittering, a 2-lap duel with McClellan and Bodnar. If those two leaders get tangled up, Bodnar's sitting pretty. In the Little Monza. Now the backside underneath the palm trees. They'll come into that right-hander and look for the white flag. Oh, and look who got a good run out of that right-hander. They're drag racing to the white flag. 1 to go. McClellan comes up a little short, stays in second. A spin off track as the yellows come out on the white flag lap. Rittering and McClellan. And once again, going to have to deal with some slower traffic on this final lap, possibly. He's got some breathing room now. Final turn for the leader, Chase Rittering. So look at that finish. So it's McClellan over Bodnar. Rittering shown third, then Benjamin Monroy, Anakin Hernandez for fifth, Troy Ferguson sixth, seventh goes to Peters, Waylon Daniel eighth, and ninth is Terosian. Correa goes to 10th. And another exciting finish there as we'll go for Junior 4 cycle up next. Once again, make sure you get those transponders turned in. Make sure you turn in your transponders before you go home. And of course, we'll have our podium presentations about 30 minutes or so after the final race becomes official. Yes, we are. Looks like one more kart retrieval here. Just be just a minute. And it'll be Group 3, Junior 4 Cycleman. Group 4 Senior Sportsman up to the grid. Group 4 Senior Sportsman up to the grid. Just about ready for Group 3 Junior 4-cycle main.
Still haven't heard anything on the Lake Elsinore for the sand yet. Looks like all the boat tracks, monster tracks, and
All right, they fire them up. It'll be Junior 4-cycle main. Group 4 Senior Sportsman to the grid. Senior Sportsman, Group 4 to the grid. Off the grid, onto the racetrack. Here we go with our main for Junior 4-cycle. 15 laps. Getting ready for Junior 4-cycle main, 15-lapper. They're out of that right-hander, approaching the start-finish line. Green flag racing. Daniel Ramirez, 123-24, Matty Dragon, Julian Villery, the 95, the 20s, Donald Witkowski, Hank Hogger, the 81, the 4, Xavier Gonzalez, Brandon Chu, the 21, 88, Elijah Ariano, Aiden Cabezas, the 201, 17, Mercy Hernandez, Sebastian Gustitis, the 8. Group 4, Senior Sportsman up to the grid. Group 4, Senior Sportsman to the grid. And the 24, Matty Dragon will lead on lap number 1 over Ramirez and Witkowski. Julian Villery and Brandon Chu, then Hank Hogger just out of the top 5. The leaders to this drive got a good battle there, and he'll tuck back in behind the leader. That's Ramirez behind Matty Dragon. So the 123 chases the 24. Witkowski behind Ramirez, and then it's Julian Villery, the 95 kart. At a little Monza, and it's Ramirez, all kinds of pressure on the leader, Matty Dragon. Race Group 4, Senior Sportsman to the grid. Senior Sportsman to the grid. Dragon taking another look. Ramirez is right there. Farther back now. Julian Villery up to 3rd. And Witkowski drops to 4th and Brandon Chu 5th. Senior Sportsman to the grid. Looks like we got him up there. Take a look once again over the shoulder. Dragon Ramirez just a little bit farther back on that one, but still right there. Julian Villery running a good one in 3rd, and Brandon Chu up into 4th. Witkowski goes back to 5th. alongside that time. We'll see if he has enough time and enough straightaway. Stays down low on the inside. And our new leader, Daniel Ramirez. Well, 123 of Ramirez is your leader. Made the move on the inside and no one would let off the throttle. Now we'll see what Ramirez can do out on the lead. And able to start pulling away already after this one lap. So they got that 123 machine dialed in. So it's Ramirez, Matty Dragon, Brandon Chu up in the third. Villery goes back to fourth. Then Wikowski and Xavier Gonzalez. Hank Hager running seventh. And then Ariano eighth. Cabezas, Gustedes, and Hernandez. Once again, we need those transponders turned in at scales. Transponders turned in at scales, please. Pass halfway in this one for the Junior 4-cycle final. Senior Sportsman up next, followed by Senior Pro and Masters. That time it was Dragon staying right with the leader. Ramirez right locked in on the back bumper. Another big push, but can't get by the leader. It's a 123 Ramirez trying to hang on to this one. Ramirez hanging tough for 123. It's Dragon, Brandon Chu, Julian Villery, and Donald Wikowski, top five. And now it's time running out in this one with Senior Sportsman Group 4 up next. Pinched him off, had a little bit of room up, pulled up alongside, and he got pinched. Chu's going to take advantage and move up in the red helmet. is true. Maddie Dragon now 1, 2, 3, and here they come again. And Chu trying to get by the 123 there as the 123 got back up. And Chu comes up short. Ramirez on top. And then the 24, Maddie Dragon and Hillary the 95. Diving down low is Chu in the 21. Landed Chu to the front. The red driving suit, red helmet. Ramirez is still locked on his back bumper. White flag, 1 to go. Oh, sets him up and can't get by, and there's contact. Chu gets spun. Brandon Chu is not happy about it. We got tapped in the corner and it spun him out. And Chu's not happy. Taking advantage now. The 24 of Maddie Dragon and Ramirez the 123. To the checkered flag. Maddie Dragon over the 123 of Ramirez and Hillary up for third. Witkowski fourth, Chu fifth. All right, our senior sportsman two-car battle in group number 4 with Adams and Baxter. Adams 111, Baxter the 33 kart. We need group 5 up to the grid, senior pro and masters, group 5. Green flag racing, we're underway. Just two of them in Group 4, Senior Sportsman underway. Adams with the advantage of the 111 over the 33 of Baxter. Just two of them in our Group 4 Senior Sportsman main. They'll run them 15 laps. And we'll call up Group 5 Senior Pro and Masters. Group 5 up to the grid, Senior Pro and Masters. Remember to get those transponders turned in. And get the transponders turned in before you leave this afternoon. Also, after the final race is official, join us for the podium presentation as we'll hand out the hardware. Remember to check out the Adams Motorsports Park calendar for your 2025 racing schedule. Adams and Baxter are two Group 4 Senior Sportsman racers. They kept it close in the heat race. They're doing it again here in the main. 15 laps for the rest of them on the day. It'll be Senior Pro and Master after this, and then both the shifter classes to wrap up the day. Adams still the slight advantage, the 111 over the 33 of Baxter. Just two of them in Senior Sportsman. Senior Pro and Master Group 5 making their way up to the grid. They're up next. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. Senior Pro and Master Group 5 making their way up to the starting grid. Senior Pro and Masters. Baxter, the 33, Adams, the 111, having a good time out there, just two of them. Trading off on the lead. And they kept it close in the heat race earlier as well. Group 5 ready to go. Up next, Senior Pro and Masters. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid. Baxter and Adams are only two senior sportsmen out there getting some laps in. Three more to go on the day after this one. Up next will be Senior Pro and Masters, followed by both of our shifter classes. I want to remind everybody once again to make sure you get the transponders turned in and join us for the podium presentation as we'll hand out the trophies. After all the races become official. These guys are both laying down 51-second lap times. It's pretty close with Adams and Baxter. Put the moves on each other into that left hand there. Adams and Baxter having some fun on the racetrack. Just two of them putting on a pretty good race. Another lap in the books as we near the finish of this one in Group 5. Senior, Pro, and Masters up next. And they get the 2 to go sign. 2 to go in this one. Coming to the line for the white flag, 1 to go. .33 Baxter, Max Baxter, the advantage over Bowie Adams. One more time out of that right-hander to the checkered flag. .33 Baxter gets it done over Adams for the senior Sportsman main, and it'll be Group 5 Senior Pro and Masters up next. Yeah, really. What up, dude? Charco will be the 67, 938 Sergis Cavato, the 487. And Ryan Gavato will be the 25 kart. And Evan in the 487. Garbo the 252, Tehan the 7, 511 Munoz, Hogger the 812, 777 Aris, Selma the 26 and the 27 of Silva. They'll take the short way around. We'll look for the green flag coming down to the stripe. Senior Pro and Masters green flag racing. Into Big Monza, down low through Big Monza, gets the whole shot advantage up front. It looked like Sergis. Kicking up some dust, going four-wheeling was Hogger. First shot through Little Monza. Good start for Ryan Gavato, moves the 25 up into second place early on in this one. Sergis trying to build on the lead early on this one. Making a big move from third into second. And that's got Charco. Charco, the 67, moves up a spot and is looking good early on in this one in a Little Monza lap number 2. Senior Pro and Master, we need Mini Shifter up to the grid. Mini Shifter, FZ65 up to the grid. Just getting it started in Senior Pro and Masters race group number 5. Sergis out front of Goncharco, Gavato, and Garbo. Battling up front for the lead. There goes Goncharco. He was aggressive and got by Sergis. And it's Goncharco holding off Sergis up on the front end. Dan Garbo and Ryan Gavato. Evan Gavato. So they're running 4th and 5th on the racetrack. Mini shifters. Mini shifters. Up to the grid. Mini shifter up to the grid. Don Charco trying to open up a little bit on Surtis. With the shifters up next, mini shifter followed by group 7, junior, senior, and master shifter, the final 2 groups of the day. Don Charco out front with the mini shifters up next, making their way up to the grid. A little bit of breathing room over second place Surtis and a big gap back to third. For Garbo, a good run up into third place. The lead of the 67 factory kart of Don Charco. Time running out if they're going to get by the leader, Don Charco. They made a strong move for the lead. And trying to not look back. Surtis is still right there fighting hard. And he's not going away. Don Charco followed by Surtis and then Garbo. And then it's Rangabato and Evangabato running 4th and 5th. Much closer now as Sertzis keeps it close. Behind Goncharko. Garbo continues in the third spot. Shifters, the final two classes of the afternoon. And it even lengthens a little bit as Sertzis does all he can. Get the two to go sign here. Next up, it'll be the white flag for Goncharko in the factory kart. And the white flag is out. White flag, 1 to go. Goncharko the advantage over second place Sertzis. And to the checkered for Goncharko over Sertzis and Garbo. All right, final two races of the day will be our new shifter classes. This will be Group 6, the Mini FZ65 shifters. And we just have two of them. And we'll call Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125. Shifters, Group 7 up to the grid. out there waiting for the 43 over by Little Monza of Ferguson. Got that thing spun at Little Monza on the opening lap and gets it fired back up and will join the party. And they'll bring them around one more time and then we'll line them up. All right, line them up and going green. Shifters racing, the minis. Laps in this one. We need our final group up to the grid. Junior, senior, master shifters. Early advantage for the 28 of John McClellan over Ferguson, but Ferguson's right there. And pulls alongside of him down that middle section of the track. And they are going side by side in this one early. And there goes Ferguson to the front in the 43 machine. Once again, for this two guys in the class putting on a pretty close race and a good show out there. I want to remind everybody once again, get those transponders turned in before you go home this afternoon. Turn in your transponders. Final group of shifters making their way up to the grid. Z8 making his way up. Are you guys going to be at the dirt race next weekend? Is Z8 going to race dirt? Ferguson has a slight advantage over John McClellan. These two driving the regular classes and coming out here and driving in the mini shifters as well, doing double duty. 7, Junior FZ85, Senior 125, Master 125 shifter to the grid. Ferguson separating a little bit. It was closer with him and McClellan are only too many shifters on track. And one more race left on the afternoon will be our shifters. Final group, shifters making their way up to the grid. Ferguson crossing the start-finish line, another lap in the books, has about a half a straightaway advantage over McClellan. Ferguson gets a 2 to go sign. Our new shifter classes with 2 in the mini class. And they'll get the white flag next time around with one more race on the day. White flag, 1 to go. Great job in the mini shifters by both Troy Ferguson and John McCullen. Checkers out for the 43. Ferguson getting the checker. McClellan for a second. All right, final race of the day with the shifters. Remember to get those transponders turned in. And of course, our podium presentation to follow this final race as soon as all the results are official. Here we go, it'll be the truth. Truly Adams, 147. 42 will be McCoy. Bischoff, the 116. Z8, St. Legend, the 528. 162 is Houghton and Brown's, the 542 kart. Final race of the day will be the shifters. Take the shortcut around, line them up, and we'll look to go racing. Adams down low on the inside here. McCoy will be on the outside. The 42 is looking to get a good start from the outside. And he did get a good start from the outside. McCoy will get the whole shot from the outside. He got a great start. Adams back to second early. See if we're going to make a move here on lap number 1. And he's trying. He's all over the leader, McCoy. Adams is aggressive early in this one.
pulling away from the rest of the field. Adams got a big run now. He'll take the lead on the inside. Adams stayed on the throttle and shot right up on the inside and got by. Bischoff runs third, then it's Houghton, Legend, and Brown. Adams takes a look back. McCoy's right there. Then it's a 116 of Bischoff. Looking for the top of the podium and the bragging rights in this one. A good battle in the heat race, and they're doing it again. Adams over McCoy, leads another lap in this one. Adams with a 4:022 best lap time to McCoy's 4:027 best. Adams out front, McCoy pulling down inside through the sweeper. McCoy goes to the front, what a move. Adams got it loose down on that infield, and it allowed McCoy to even pull away a little bit more. On the truth, Truly Adams now runs in second. McCoy putting down a 39.99 lap time for quickest of the race. Now 8 laps in, it's McCoy leads Adams. Adams gets down and runs up 39.82. of the day, we got another close one with McCoy and Adams going at it. McCoy takes a look back. Adams is about 2 kart lengths behind him. He came right up on the back bumper of the big Monza. Now Adams has caught McCoy. McCoy had a bigger lead, not anymore. Adams looking to get a strong run this time. We'll see if he makes a move down on the inside. No! And they're up on some slow traffic. And both karts get by without any incident. And the truth, a little bit unnecessary in a little Monza. Adams goes back to the lead. Adams was charging the last several laps, and he went on by in a little Monza that time, and he's back as the leader for a second time. Adams, McCoy, and Bischoff, followed by Houghton, Legend, and Brown. Now McCoy stalking the leader, Adams. He's right on the back bumper. Now down that long straightaway, can McCoy get a run? No, he can't, not that time. As they get the 2 to go sign, the final 2 laps of the day. Adams and McCoy putting on a race. McCoy trying to time it out. The white flag will come out. McCoy got a little bit better run that time. White flag out, but McCoy cannot make a run. From the outside he tries, but no. Adams holds him off out of Big Monza. On the final lap of the day. McCoy is running out of time. He's going to have to try and make a move here. Tries to time it out. Here's the drag race to the finish line. The truly Adams. McCoy for second and Bischoff for third. Adams takes it over McCoy and Bischoff for third. Please remember to get those transponders turned in. Transponders turned in, please. Also, as soon as the races are official at scoring, join us down here at the podium and we'll hand out the trophies. Please remember, get those transponders turned in. right, final call to make sure you get those transponders turned in before you leave, and also we're ready to hand out the trophies, so make your way on down to the podium.